How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to Tears of the Kingdom. We'll try that. If that echoes at all, please do let me know. But I'm trying to mess with the audio on my TV to see if I can get it to be a... We'll go with 8. If I need to lower it, we can. If you recall from whence last we played, made a little bit of headway into some actual story, which I'm actually getting a little bit more interested, a little bit more invested. Picked up a lot of equipment pieces. Did the side quest to get the 3 pieces of Misko's treasure. Grabbed some other stuff. Grabbed the snow quill set. So we've actually got a decent amount of clothing. I'm sure most people that have already beaten this game are like, LOL, that's nothing. But I had about half of this, maybe a little bit less, whenever we started last episode. So it's good enough for progress. We also went through part of the story with the Rito and figured out, since they already mentioned it was getting cold, but now we know that their supply chain is getting cut off. So that they're basically all hands on deck for either investigating what's going on or foraging to stay alive. So that leaves us with a gust. I was hoping it would let me talk to him, but this leaves us with the younger Rita child in question here, who is surprisingly actually quite skilled with the ability to fly, and as a result, we've got to figure out exactly what's going on with the phenomenon that's up here. Here we go. Julian's recent ordeal has taught him a valuable lesson about working together. This is the fact that last time his bow was stolen and we got it back for him, and he helped us take out the enemies that showed up. Even Hearth can see the young Rito's matured. Go with Tulin to the Sky Islands above Heber Peak, where he claims he saw Zelda. That was why he had dropped his bow / lost it in the first place. It had something to do with the fact that he saw Zelda disappear into the sky. So we're going to figure out exactly what's going on with that. We're also going to grab this. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Zonite Sword. Yeah, we'll go ahead and drop the Traveler Sword. It's times like these you wish you had Rivali's Gale, but tragically, no, we don't. He does have an ability to help you to give you horizontal mobility with the wind, but vertical mobility is a little bit more helpful right now. Well, there's a lot of baddies there. I'm just gonna kind of mostly follow where it seems like they're trying to lead us. Nice shot. There we go. Yeah, why not? Didn't really want to fight all these guys, but I do need the items that they dropped, so... There we go. Very nice. I wonder... Ah, no, that wasn't an actual campfire. Oh well. I was gonna toss a pine cone on that, and hopefully with the combined effects it would have been enough, but... it would appear not. Sorry for not talking much. I'm trying to get back into the swing of playing. I know it's only been a couple days, but still. Here we go. Hello. If only it were possible to find out what's inside of this blizzard. Oh? Why, if it isn't Tulin, I was too focused on the cloud to notice you. But if you've come here, that means... Yep, they said I could go up here. I knew it. Something told me you were the best one for this mission. Everyone has admired your wind gust technique since you first demonstrated it. You may be the only Rito capable of rising above that cloud to find the truth among the turbulent skies. Give it your best shot. I'll be here waiting for your return. Thanks. Between Link and me, you won't be disappointed. Alright. So I'm guessing this is probably more just a precursor to the dungeon than anything. I feel like it would be nothing short of weird for this game to not have any dungeons. I mean, even Breath of the Wild, for as different as it was, had dungeons, so I can't imagine this one not having anything. Ah, so that's the direction we need to go. Got it. We could probably make that without the gust. Oh yeah, no trouble there. This ascend ability is probably the closest you get to an actual, like that. Rising Island Chain. This ascend ability, at least for the time being, is kind of the closest you get to, the vertical mobility that Rivali's Gale had. It's a lot more limited, though, in what you can do. Yep. It was around here that I saw Princess Zelda. But now I don't know where she could have gone. Hmm? What is that? It's a ship. Look at that. It's a boat. Sure, a boat, too. Either one works. Huh? That's nasty. Whose voice was that? Was it coming from somewhere up there? Yeah, but the shrine, the warp point, the thing. Whoa, do you see that thing inside the cloud? Yeah, it's a big ship. Is that another boat? But it's huge. There's tons of those little flying boats too. You know what it reminds me of? The sand ship in Skyward Sword. No, the thing we heard. Yep, the Song of the Stormwind arc. Was that children's song true after all? You heard that strange voice too, right, Link? I'm sure I heard it say, "Come to me." It's like it was calling us up there. I don't see anything around here that would lead us to Princess Zelda. Maybe she went over to that ship? Well, nowhere to go but up. Come on. Though you didn't find Princess Zelda where Tulin said she'd be, you heard a disembodied voice say, "Come to me." Inside the cloud, you discovered a great ship, which looks just like the one from the Song of the Stormwind arc. Is the mysterious voice guiding Tulin into the cloud? Maybe, but I know I'm getting that shrine first, and you can't stop me. Oh, I think they might have stopped us. Oh, no, there we go. I didn't realize that was a springboard, but hey, I'll take it. Maya Umika's Shrine. Goodbye, small child. How are we doing on the little light orbs? We got 2. Okay. Downward Force. We did it. We solved the entire puzzle. Give me that arrow back. Probably could have just done a spin attack if you didn't have a bow and arrow, but I figure you probably do at this point. Hi. Bye. Keep an eye out for treasure, right? I see. This one moves. Aha, there it is. Oh, 10 arrows. Wow, okay. You know what? I guess that's fair. It wasn't that hard to find, so the reward shouldn't be that good. Fair enough. Was that just the lighting, or was there actually a spot right there where I could have gone through the wall? No, that was just the lighting. Okay. If that's the case, it appears we need to go here and shoot an arrow through that thing. Probably could have done that from the other one, but it's fine. That was a pretty easy one as well, but again, they probably did that on purpose. Since this is a work point you might want to refer back to. It's not one that they want you to get stuck on and have to come back to it. I think I said in a previous episode is like most of the time, not always, but most of the time, going in with whatever you've got should be enough to solve it. That might be true for this game. In Breath of the Wild, it wasn't entirely true because if you had no weapons or anything, you couldn't have done like Test of Great Strength, for example. So we need to head to that boat, huh? Alright. Making sure I'm going the right way here. More arrows, I'll take that. How am I doing on arrows? I'm doing fine on arrows. I know Oravice had told me in a previous stream that arrows were not as rare in this game. They're a lot easier to find, which is a good thing. You know what? Oh, I pinned that on a sky island. Okay. Well, maybe we'll come back to that then. I was going to say, it's very tempting to grab that to get the fourth little thing, and then I could upgrade my stamina or health by one before getting into anything serious. Admittedly, though, I think I'm actually, I wouldn't say stuck, but I don't know where to go from here. I think I need to go to that. If I can get the ability to go that far. Nope, I messed it up. Well, that's what the warp point was for. Link, why'd you have to lose Rivali's Gale? This would have been an easy puzzle if I'd had both mobility options. I meant to check this. Anything on the bottom of the boat? It would appear not, but that's kind of what I expected. But I'm having us drive the ship a la Super Mario Galaxy 2 here. Ooh, can we just skip whatever that puzzle was and just go straight here? Because we can do that. Perfect. Alright. I knew what the solution was, I just couldn't figure out how to do it. So I guess we could just always skip the puzzle. That part of it, anyway. Hi! I do kind of want your drops, so I'm gonna... Alright, we've defeated him. See, nope, he ain't coming up here. Okay. I do like this puzzle quite a bit. This is very, like, Tower of Winds from Minish Cap feel to it. Which, granted, that's one of the two Zelda games I've never beat, but I've watched somebody play it all the way through. Oh, that guy fell off the map. Let's send him off the map. No, maybe not. Nope, just the part of him with all the drops, of course. Go figure. Yeah, it's weird. This feels like a dungeon, but it's like a very different dungeon from the norm. Usually dungeons are kind of... They're not open like this. They're not out in the sky. I mean, there's some, but very few and far between. He's just sitting there watching me climb like, hey, what's going on? Hey, how you doing? You're not struggling, are you? You're not having any, not having any problems? Not with my upgraded stamina, I don't. Ooh, that's gonna be a problem. Maybe there's a spot on the back that we can use the, ascend ability. Or maybe not. Well, I think there was an enemy there. I think the Tulin might have just killed him, but it's fine. It's a robot, so it's okay for a child to defeat it. They don't have any actual blood, just oil on their hands. Portable pot times 3. Oh, I see. This is our way to get through here. Bingo. Yeah, definitely like the ascend ability quite a bit. I like the idea of, like, you basically, as long as you have a pillar that's tall enough, can get as high as you want, but it's not about the height of the pillar, it's about being able to find a spot that you can enter it from the bottom half, which is kind of cool. There you are. Glad it's saving here. I think we can skip those 2 pieces if we use Strong Wind. Yep, just stun lock his ass. Don't let him do anything. Hell yeah. I think we're actually supposed to take the boat to break through the ice, so that's what I'm going to do. What in the ever-living heck is that? I haven't seen one of these yet. But this is where I have that shrine pinned on my map, so maybe it's best that we don't deal with that. Whoops. Nope, I don't want that either. Oh, I've seen on Twitter, I've seen one of these before. Thankfully, I didn't watch the whole fight or anything. I just saw the shape of the monster. If this is too much of a drain on my resources, I'm going to load this and not fight this guy, but we'll see. Oh, hi. I didn't even see this chest here. Old map. A very old map that shows a marked spot. What could be here? Or what could be there, rather. We're kind of busy with something. The location shown on the old map has been marked on your map. Very Wind Waker flashbacks there. Yeah, he wasn't that bad. I got lucky on deciding the right thing to do there, but I saw a bunch of blocks, so it's like, oh, you could probably disassemble it. Time Bomb, a Zonai device for a timed explosion. Its blast can activate other Zonai devices. This is probably something I can attach to a weapon. Looks like it. Nice. Ah, that's where we get up. So the real question is the map or a side quest, or is that actually where we're supposed to be going? Because if it's anything like Wind Waker, it's not one and the same unless it's the Triforce pieces, but the high bulk of the treasure chests in that game were very helpful, but all optional. Ah, so this is the timed explosion they're referring to. However, I feel like I'd rather keep the one that I can set like a time bomb rather than one that I can't. I'm gonna break this first, and then I'll go over there. Oh, yeah, that was a good choice. Nice. What do we got? More arrows. Alright. I suppose we should probably go and fight those enemies, but eh. Well, at least it's kind enough to give the drops to us, since I don't want to go skydiving down to try and get those. Sorry about that. Had to sneeze. Let's see. I'm having a hard time pinpointing where I should be going direction-wise. I guess there, but that feels like way too far. Like I would not be able to make that at all. Well, maybe we can make that. Let's find out. Take a little bit more. There we go. Now we can make that. Maybe this is the dungeon, because this feels like a lot of work to get up here. I do want to know what's in there. I know that's probably a bad call, but... whatever it is, probably is not worth it, correct? And that's not bad. Soldier 2 Spear, Zonite Spear made out of Zonite. I'll hang on to that. Can I get that one? There we go. Oh, I guess I can go up inside of that cave, too. Let's do that. Surely we didn't go in a circle, right? I feel like we're higher up than we were before. Good, I was worried I wasn't going to be able to make that one. That curve was too steep and he was just going to fall. Alright. I don't think there's anything here, but let's take a quick peek. Nope. A little bit extra height. That's about it. That looks like where we need to go. Yeah, because we were here earlier, but we were way down there. There's no way we could have gotten up here at that point in time. Am I missing something here? Because I really don't see where we can go. Might help now that the in-game light is returning since it's becoming morning, but still. Like, those are too high up to be able to reach with the ability. I think that's the closest one, and that's still not very close. It's not close enough to be able to use that. So it looks like we need to be going back that way and, like, up through the left, maybe? That's the only thing that I can think of. I think that's going to be an easier one to reach. Yeah, that's got to be it. I don't think there's any other feasible options here. And the pond's still frozen, so I definitely haven't been here yet, because I would have destroyed the ice. Alright, here we go. Maybe this is the dungeon. I'm starting to feel like it more and more, because I'm just looking up and I'm like, oh, there's even more to do, like... Just when I think we've gotten through, like, a good chunk of it, it's like, no, we're not even halfway yet. Okay, this is probably a warning. If we can just do this. There we go. But yeah, this was just free resources in a cooking pot. This is definitely a warning. This is telling you, make your food while you can. Of course, the Chilfrin Finnet Trout are for heat resistance, so they're not going to be that terribly useful. That's probably a good amount to go with, is 6. That was way too much. I could have just gotten away with 2 there. That'll work. Let's see. Do we have anything for... Increase attack power and cold temperatures. Oh, they don't give much for health, but that's kind of not really the point. This is just the number of hearts. I guess we could do this. 2 and 2. Or 2 and 3. Biting steamed fruit. A regional dish made by steaming near ripened fruits in the leaves of fragrant plants. I don't think I want to waste any more in case I need the individual ingredients. I think I'm good on cooked things now. Out of curiosity. What do we got? A little bit more height. Okay, well, that's not bad if the paraglider doesn't decide to just die. There we go. Let's see. Oh, are they fighting the... Oh, yeah, they are. They're fighting the enemies out there. That's cool. Nice shot. Good work, kid. Grab the fresh one here. Hello. Nice shot. The best archer out there since Will from Fire Emblem 7. Even though Will was actually not that good. Will and Rebecca both were kind of but that was just in the era of archers in general not being very good. May just kind of outclassed them in every way, shape, form, and fashion. I guess they were slightly better at taking down Wyvern Riders, but mages could still do it just as well. Ow. Ow! What a dick! Let's have a little peek in here. Hello? Aha! Probably more arrows. No, large zonite charge. Alright, cool. I still have had no use for those yet, but I'm willing to bet based on the few, like, crazy contraptions I've seen built, those are incredibly valuable. I already see what we need to do here, but I'm gonna poke around first. So it wants to go that. Okay, so we're not going far with it at least. That's good. Because I do not like building. Is this like a thing I can attach to create like the fire? Like if I... Thank you. If I shot... Actually, let's go with a little bit more of a basic answer here. Well, no, I'd have to do that, wouldn't I? Well, I'm still gonna build the campfire. As soon as I can find... There it is. I can still do this, right? Oh, that's a bomb. Oh, okay. That looked completely different on the little icon that they gave us. No, I don't want to combine those. Alright, if that's the case, I think we just do the three things together. I really wish there was an option to rotate it on the X, Y, or Z axis. You're not just limited to... Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to ascend on that one. There's no way. I thought I could wait long enough and maybe just skip a step there, but no, I don't think that could have happened with the current amount of charge I've got. I know there is an actual upper boundary to the map, even though there's multiple layers. I feel like we gotta be getting decently close to that, but we're still going here. We're almost getting up to, like, the actual proper ships that are moving around, though. Thank God you don't have to find, like, any keys or anything in this. Could you imagine? Oh, that'd be a nightmare. This is more than enough clearance, but I just wanted to make sure. Let's find out what's behind door number 1. Yep. And I did see this, too. No, don't interrupt me. I want to go to that shrine. It's my first time flying up the site. Yeah, me too. The air's pretty cold up here, huh? I'll be fine, but what about you? Make sure you don't freeze, okay? I'm sure someone did, but I imagine somebody playing for the first time or a casual player wouldn't have been dumb enough to go this far without having some of the cold resist armor. Because trying to upkeep it... Katatanum Shrine. Trying to upkeep the food cold resistance would be an exercise in futility of going through all this mess. It's not impossible, but it would be way easier to just put on a couple pieces of clothes and just not worry about it. Raru's Blessing. Oh, it's one of the freebies! Hell yeah! It's very pretty. Where's Sun I charge? This does look different than the previous ones, though. Oh, maybe it's not. See if it says anything different. Nope, looks the same. Okay. May the light of blessing grant you the strength you seek. Oh, but I'm very tempted to warp now and go get an additional heart or piece of stamina or something. I think I'm going to. I think I'm going to go ahead and do it. I know that's like a wimpy thing to do. Oh, do you have somewhere to go, Link? I'll keep looking at whenever you're busy, but just so back when you can. Okay, hopefully he'll still be here. And since Link can't talk, he can't be like, yo, I'm going to warp away, but I'll be back in like 2 minutes tops. I'm just going to go get another piece of heart or something. But nope, they can't understand it because he's the silent protagonist. Oh, this isn't where I wanted to warp. I wanted to warp here. But, like, this is going to be my best opportunity probably to get that. If this is the actual dungeon, I sincerely doubt we're going to be able to get 4 more of those Tears of Light, as they were. There might be one more checkpoint, but I doubt there's going to be an additional 4. I'm going to take the stamina. Alright. Back up we go. Fruit that dispels the darkness. Alright, I'm back, kiddo. What you up to? Link, you're back. Come on, we got more investigating to do. Yep, you're right. Well, this is 4 of them put together, so this is probably going to bounce us super high. Well, no, that's about the same height, but still. Probably could have made that without the additional boost, but it's fine. I guess before I even showed that off, yeah, you can totally use his gust ability in midair. Now we're getting to the point where it's just the ships left. There's no actual solid ground. I don't know, there's still a few pieces left, but not very many. And even then, based on the way this works, it's just like those small pieces of ground aren't going to do anything except if you're just dead on stamina, but... I don't think we can actually make that one. Let's go this way. We gotta go with the wind on this. That gust is not going to be enough to offset it. Alright, let's see it. There's still a few more ships, not many though. I'm gonna wait for them to rotate a little bit more before I make that jump, because I'm not gonna go for that one, so this is gonna be our target. And I gotta think, there's only one answer for what to do here. There ain't no more ships or anything, so there can only be one answer to this, and that is... Anybody else getting Skyward Sword flashbacks of going into the Thunderhead? I'm just double checking to make sure. Oh, well, never mind. Ah, so the Ark is the temple. Gotcha. I was gonna see if there's any chests on any of those outside things, but it probably just warped me elsewhere. Nope, doesn't look like it. Alright, well, let's just, hop on down. Ah, there's a treasure. No, don't warp me! Ah, you jackass. I was gonna get that treasure. Wow, so this is what was waiting for us in that huge cloud. This is the Stormwind Arc from the kid's song. Huh? It's Zold! Get back here, Zolda. This proves at length the blizzard that's been pounding Rita Village is coming from there. Oh yeah, didn't I see someone a minute ago? Nope, not at all. Weird, could have sworn they were just here. Nope. You found a massive ship, which Tulin says is the Stormwind Arc, floating inside the Thunderhead. A figure greatly resembling Zelda was seen on the ship's deck before she vanished suddenly. The blizzard, which shows no signs of abating, I think that's how you pronounce it. I actually don't recognize that word, is coming from below the hatch. The cause of the Rito's suffering seems close at hand. Okay, so this is where the blizzard's been coming from, but how do we stop it? We press a button. Oh, that was just the warp. Probably should have figured that, but oh well. Yeah, that was quite the navigation to be able to get to the dungeon there. Okay, so we need gears or the like to be able to open that. Looks like it's shut tight, but the source of the blizzard has got to be right under that hatch. Is there some way we can get it open? That sound, there it is again.
Brave fledgling. There are still 5 locks securing the hatch on the deck. Use your power to release all 5 locks, and the hatch should open.
Oh, thank God, they at least marked them on the map.
Heed my words.
Okay, I heard it for sure this time. It was calling out to me loud and clear. The source of that blizzard messing up the village has got to be under this hatch. If that voice was right, it'll open once we find a way to release all 5 locks. We're so close. Come on, Link, let's figure out how to open up those locks. You tried using the terminal, but the deck's hatch did not open. The mysterious voice then spoke to you again, saying the hatch will remain shut until all 5 locks are unlocked. Find the 5 locks the voice spoke of to save Rita Village from the never-ending blizzard and get a lead on Zelda's whereabouts. Let's start back here, I guess. I'm willing to bet, like, with the terminals and the Divine Beasts and Breath of Wild, there's not really a wrong choice for which ones to do first. There's probably an optimal choice, but there's likely not a wrong one. Okay, my brain is, like, literally not working. There we go. I was like, what's the move to switch weapons again? I'll take that. Oh. I thought that was a fairy for a split second there. Okay, so there's a ladder, so I probably have to get in there from another way. Makes sense. It would be a little dumb if it was that easy, huh? Let's see if there's anything above. They made it pretty clear I need to enter from a lower spot, so I doubt it, but you never know. This looks like an anti-air turret. Well, we've got the warp, so it's not that big a deal if we make a mistake here. Temple Basement 1. With no way to get in. If I were to take a guess, I would imagine the other side, if there is a door, is probably the same. I don't see a switch that we can activate to get that gate raised. I'm going to check the other side anyway, though, just to be absolutely sure. It's a good thing I did, because this is not exactly the same. Oh, hey, some bats. I can already see what we need to do here. So there's a missing piece. It doesn't look like doing anything there is going to make a difference. Am I just looking for like a gear or something? I figured I was looking for a chest maybe with the appropriate piece. Can I move this to... I'm gonna interact with that piece. Okay, so I can get out, but that's not really what I'm looking for an answer to this. Once I know, like, what I'm looking for specifically of, like, is it the gear itself, is it the treasure chest, I'll probably be a lot better off. I just need to know specifically what I'm looking for. Change from the world map to the dungeon map with X. Good to know. So there's 1 in B2, 2 in B1, and 1 on, or 2 on the first floor. But if it's anything like the sand ship in Skyward Sword, which at least to the degree I'm thinking of it is, it doesn't really matter what floor the pieces are on because you're not necessarily going to be starting at that floor in order to get to where the piece is. Oh, I see the issue there. This is probably a really stupid answer that's incorrect, but... yeah, that's fine. Also, I shouldn't have taken damage from that because it was barely moving. And then it just broke randomly, so that's cool. I guess it's because I've got the fire weapon on. He'll figure out how to pick it up eventually. It's not exactly pretty, but it gets the job done. Hey, look at that! You're an idiot! Is this for one of the locks? It's shaped kind of like a windmill. Yeah, except I can't interact with it in any way. Set an arrow on fire and just shoot it in there. That'll work. Can't be interacted with by that. No fusion ability. Map's not gonna do anything. Maybe we come back to that at a later point. I got it unlocked, so that's something, but... oh, hi. What a jerk. Really hoping that was going to be the key that I needed. I'll keep the feathered one. If I want to fuse a flame thing on it, I can. Like, if I had to guess, if there's something that goes into that piece, this would be the treasure chest, I would assume, because it's right there, but that's not necessarily the case. Maybe this isn't where I attack it from? that's definitely not it. I'll take that. Sturdy long stick. Long durable stick made from a branch with good piercing power. It has a high durability because it comes from the hardest part of the tree. And now he's dead. Whee! That wasn't the ability I wanted, but I was just more so double checking if anything was there. Looks like not. Is this Skyward Sword music that's playing? Because it really sounds like it is. Or like a callback to Skyward Sword music. Nope. Zonite Shield. I'm gonna actually grab that just so I don't see that chest and be like, oh, that's a chest I didn't open. So that's not it either, huh? It wasn't that chest. Which I'm not really surprised by. Is there something, like, by the switches, maybe, that I... Oh, there's the sound of thunder. I was wondering when it was going to start raining around here. Those are just icicles, correct? Yeah. Oh, that's just the labels for the levels, huh? Okay. There's really nothing I can do with to interact with this at all. Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. I did it! I figured it out, and I didn't even realize that because I turned the ability on. I was thinking back through what I'd already done, and they were like, yeah, use your power. But they were referring to him, not to me. Hey, Link, this thing... Oh, never mind. Good job voice acting that, Tulin. Or whoever your VA is. Man, y'all would probably screaming at your monitors of like, what an idiot, what is he doing? I don't know, but I'm doing it well. Does it mark? I assume it takes those off of your marker, right? Once you've done it? Yeah, okay. So I kind of want to go there, then. As that's the only other one on this floor. If we can do it floor by floor, that's what I would prefer to do. But again, just because it's on the first floor doesn't necessarily mean you're entering to get to that from the first floor. Because as we've seen with this one, it very much looks like this is a spot you have to enter from elsewhere to get to that turbine, or whatever you want to call it. So if that's the case, we probably need to start heading downward. Can't get in through there. That's something trying to attack me. So let's not get hit by that. What a loser. Go back here. Oh, just a couple bats. Haha, get bodied. Nice, I'll take that. So I guess the good news about how the turbines work is, while there might be some keys, if there are, there probably aren't a lot of keys. Need to get some more two-handed weapons here. Oh, that ruby sword's running out. No! I don't want that to run out. Okay, so here's a way down. And there's a chest that I've yet to open. But just to be double sure. Nope, there's nothing there. Alright, let's just head on down for now. Well, that was a short-lived trip. I imagine a lot of these are just like, you'll come back to it from the other side type of thing. So there's, while there looks to be a lot of areas, there's going to be one that's going to be the ultimate way to go. Time bomb, portable pot. I see what you want me to do, but I'm not really interested in that, so I'm gonna just see if I can aim the gust a little bit better. To stop breaking the crates. But I want to break the crates, so I'm gonna break the crates. Alright. What a dumbass. You got, sir. Oh, well, I didn't mean to activate that, so we'll just go ahead and do that, I guess. Ooh, give me that. I need to drop something here. There we go. That one was about to break anyway, so Oh, do I need to get up there? I don't really need that platform to do that, I don't think. Not with what I've got planned, anyway. What do we got? Captain 1 Reapers on a sword made of Zonite. Resonates with attached Zonite devices to increase attack power. I don't think this is something I'm messing with, but maybe. Nope. That's not really doing anything. Fusion's not going to do anything. See, it's saying I can interact with this, but then actually doing it, clearly not. Let's just stick this here, and then... Okay, I was joking, but that might actually be... Or not, maybe. Now that I fused it, now try it! No, no dice. Alright, on the off chance this is what it is, let's check, oops. Let's check above it. Maybe there's something we have to attach from here. Nope. Nope, not interested in that. I got nothing on this one. This looks like it leads up to where that other turbine was, so this is like the last part of that puzzle, but... I really don't know on this one. I I've used all my abilities on it. I've used his ability on it. I've attacked it. I can now officially say that I've shot it with an arrow. I think this is just giving me the illusion that I'm moving it, like an optical illusion, but I'm not actually doing that. I think I'm gonna go use the bathroom and try to think on it, and then I will be right back and hopefully have some semblance of an answer, because I got nothing right now. Alright, I am back. I also got a message, so that was why that took a little bit longer than expected. So, I thought about it a bit, and I gotta think fusing something on it is the only possible solution. And the only thing that there is a decent amount of, other than stuff that's breakable, is these little stone whatevers. Oh, I don't want to attach that. So I'm going to try something different if I can get the thing to cooperate here. And maybe we treat these like fan blades. Yes, I know they're made of stone, so that doesn't really... Camera, can I help you in any way, shape, form, or fashion here? That is a hot mess, but alright. Nope. To be fair, I might need all four. Come on. Man. I don't ever remember this being as big of an issue with Magnesis of, like, the camera not cooperating and all this other stuff. Unless I need to, like, weigh this down or something, but, like, we also looked at the top of it. And just based on everything else, this would make more sense. Oh my gosh, camera, please cooperate with me. Mario 64 was bad. Get over here. I need to try blowing it the other way. These are probably just attached wrong, because it's one of those building things of, like, I can't see because the camera's not moving the way it should. Stop. Let's try to move a little bit higher, maybe. Wait, was it rotating just then? Yeah, I need that to go away. Thank you. Maybe I just have to rotate it manually. Maybe I don't need his ability for this. Come on. All the way around, please. Alright. So now that we can't get that to go any further, at least it's not going to cooperate. There we go. Sorry, I thought I heard a monster. Enemy, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, you! Hi! Give me those. No, no, don't do that. Stop. We'll assume this opens automatically once I do this. Alright, that's 2. Okay, good. That did open automatically. I don't think I need that for anything. Thought that was an arrow. That's not. This almost makes me think this is an entrance to get somewhere. We do have this giant gust in the center, so there probably is one that's like on the very bottom floor that we have to approach it from the very top floor. Yeah, that looks like a door. Like that. Open sesame. Nice shot. Whoa, hello, that's a lot of things. And that was a treasure I think I saw earlier. Soldier Blade. I'll drop this, I guess. They're the same power, but again, I don't want to... Oh, this is two-handed, yeah, so it's probably a good thing I keep this. Since I was low on those. Oh, that was it. Okay. Well. Child, get over here. And why weren't the other two that I picked up this far that easy? That one was just like, open a door, avoid some lasers, and you're done.
3 down, 2 to go.
What floor is this? This is the basement one. So there's one left on 1 and one left on 2. I cannot believe I didn't get hit by anything there. Because there was no way to move the camera where I could have known. No. There we go. Might as well get him out of here. Oh, that's like way below where we are. Like, obviously I need to go back down, but the question is where, because I don't think all of them lead to the same area. We opened up a lot of doors, yes, but that's still probably not going to be... Like, I wouldn't be surprised if one was at the very front or the very back of the thing. We'll just start here and see what we can find. That was the dead end with the chest. This was the dead end too, I think. Yep, because I can't do anything from here. I'm starting to think I'm going to jump out and check even lower on the ship and try to get to the very bottom and see if I can work my way back up. Let's make absolutely sure I didn't miss anything here. That was a door to go out. Then we went up, and at that point I think it was a dead end through. Yep, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. There's one of the turbines I'm looking for. I'm done getting rid of you. I think he had a new different shield type, but that went off the map, so... Oh well. Alright, that's 4.
We only have 1 left.
This was the basement 2 one, I'm assuming. Yep, so it's the basement 1 that we need. And the door opens so we can get back up through there, which is probably for the best, because I don't know if it would be possible to get back otherwise. He probably could go to that one right there, but still. Let's go back up to 1. Okay, so it's here. So we need to go through this spot. Or either of these, actually. Oh, congrats on downloading that update data for, I think that's Splatoon 3, which I've not played in ages. I'm just going to pin right here so I know which side of the boat I need to get out of. Maybe we could just do a little... It'd be faster to do this, so... It didn't really matter which one we went through, because it looked like both of them led to the... Oh, right, this. Yeah, I forgot about this. Were there any of those... Oh, not that. If I had one of those rocks from earlier, which there might be one over here... Or not. Well, actually, what I could do... That might work. Oh, that's starting to get messed up by the thing. We gotta hurry. No, don't swing around for no reason. Don't do that. Yeah, and yeah. Yeah, and there we go. Cool. Why does the most used mechanic have to be the worst one? Do I literally just grab that and pull it through the thing? That's what it seems like I should do. Oh, well, it's just an extra chest. I'm pretty sure if this is the puzzle to get that last turbine that there's no keys in this dungeon, so... Okay, we're gonna keep this away. Nope. Give me that. We're not doing that again. Once was plenty, thank you. Can I please have that back? Can I pull it towards me? Thank you. I have no idea if that's how it was intended, but... that works, and that is the last one. Child. Child, I need you. Thank you. Child did not want to cooperate. I guess he's more, like, designed to be a teenager based on the rebellious, but can still be helpful in the right situation. I think he's probably closer to teenager.
That's it, Link. We've unlocked them all. We should be able to open up the hatch on the main deck now. Come on. Let's
Okay, I'll just meet you there. You've unlocked the 5 locks. Once you use the terminal to open the deck hatch, it'll be time to step forward and stop the frigid winds spouting from below decks. Ah, I was just gonna leave him here. Nope. No dice. Alright, we'll just do this then. He'll catch up, it's fine. Since I'm willing to bet this is probably going to be a boss fight, might as well be at full health. Yeah, this is fine for a weapon. Alright. Bye.
Okay, let's go.
Ooh, he a big boy. Gee, I wonder where the weak points are. Scourge of the Wind Temple, Colgera. I was gonna say, this looks a little, reminiscent of some other bosses.
Must be what's causing the blizzard. We've got to take it down.
Yeah, I know. Not a good time for it, but too bad. When the deck hatch opened, a massive monster emerged. This must be the culprit behind the fierce blizzard assailing Rita Village. Work with Tulin to vanquish the monster.
This wind is so strong. Don't get blown away, Link.
I'll be fine, Ash. Sounds a little bit like Ash Ketchum.
We need to find a way to hurt it.
That's the right thing to do. I just need to be a little bit closer. No. I think I'm only getting one hit per. I think this one's a bit fixed on That doesn't look friendly.
What? Where'd it go?
It went somewhere.
Link, below you.
It's fine. Thanks. I try. I actually like how it looks without the mid sections. It looks pretty cool.
Dodge it.
Dude. Go. He's just gonna flail around through the air now. Alright. Hopefully he's got another obvious weak point. Or is he just gonna... Oh, we just respawn him. Okay, that's easy enough.
You have to stay clear of those tornadoes. Be careful. Don't get too close to the tornado. Be careful.
Surprised he let me actually do that twice, but there we go. That might have been a tiny bit easy, but I love vertical boss fights like that, so that one was pretty good. Plus, based on the info they gave us, that was supposed to be the first dungeon/boss, so I would expect it to probably be the easiest of the 4. But maybe it's not. Who knows? Maybe there's something even easier. But that was a good difficulty for a first boss. Alright, we got a heart for that. Totally forgot about it. And I see a Magatama. I watched a video of somebody playing through the very beginning of the game yesterday. They didn't even get up to getting all the abilities, so don't worry, I didn't get spoiled on anything, not even close. But whenever they saw that, they also said the Magatama, so that made me feel better. The ice covering the altar melted after you vanquished the monster, revealing a shining stone set there. You can sense great power emanating from the stone, and Tulin senses it as well. Well, I'm going to grab this heart container first, because I want it. Nice. Alright, what's up? It's for you! I guess, I don't know.
Tulin, my brave fledgling.
Guessing it's Raru.
I know that voice. It's you. You're the one who's been guiding us?
Yes, I am your
Ah,
master for a time.
that's not
I've proudly served
Yeah, that's definitely not Raru. It might be somebody else whose name starts with an R, though.
control of the wind. Where you fight, the winds follow. I would expect nothing less from my descendant. You make me proud. That monster you defeated, the source of that intense blizzard, it was summoned by the Demon King. He thought it could stop you from obtaining the stone you just found. My secret stone.
Please don't phrase it like that.
Demon King? Secret stone?
This is a lot to learn all of a sudden, I know. But listen while I tell you what happened in the past. A tale of the imprisoning war. And the mission our people must accomplish. Years ago, when the kingdom of Hyrule was still young, a great evil, the Demon King, descended on the land. He sought to wipe out anyone who opposed him. But Rauru, the first king of Hyrule, requested my aid, as well as that of 5 other warriors, to help in the fight. Rauru entrusted us with amazing artifacts, secret stones, objects that amplified our formidable abilities. I carried one into battle as the Sage of Wind. I was thrilled to fight alongside my fellow sages. Yet we were still no match for the Demon King's overwhelming power. His magic was staggering, and I was unable to slip past his defenses, no matter how hard I tried. In the end, King Rauru realized that we would not be able to defeat the Demon King. To save our world, King Rauru sacrificed himself and sealed the Demon King away.
So that was the imprisoning war.
The rest of us survived that climactic battle, and I would soon receive a visitor with a request that would define the future of the Rito. It was another of the 6
King will return. The magic binding him will be undone. When that time comes, a noble swordsman named Link will oppose him. But Link will only succeed with the Rito's help. Summon the winds and support this hero.
It was clear what part the Rito would play.
It will be an honor to defeat the Demon King. I swear to you that when the Demon King returns, the Rito Sage of Wind will awaken once more. And you can count on the full support of the Rito.
A little different than Revali's speech about being in it for himself.
And now you know about the imprisoning war and a mission I accepted on our behalf. You've saved Rito Village, but there's more to do. The Demon King will soon recover his full strength. Tulin, my brave fledgling, you must take up my secret stone and honor the Sage of Time's request. Fight the Demon King with the swordsman Link.
So it's my mission to fight the Demon King with you? Link! This is so amazing! I can't believe my ancestor gave me such an important mission. And it involves fighting alongside you to save the world. If we don't do anything, then the world is gonna be in big trouble. I can't let that happen. I'll do this. I'll happily take this secret stone. I am the Sage of Wind. Look, check out what I can do now. Huh? Link, hold out your hand. I, Tulin, the Sage of Wind, swear to fight by your side until the end. Take this. It's proof that I'm with you.
Oh, cool. We're going to make the Infinity Gauntlet. Hell yeah.
You can use that ring to call on my power anytime, all right? Okay, let's head back to the village and tell Dad.
So happy. Jeez. They're gonna just send us straight there, I assume? Probably. I was gonna get my thoughts on the scene, but I don't want to get interrupted by the loading screen finishing up here. Wow, that snow melted fast and did not leave a trace of water behind. You guys, you did it! Yeah, it turns out it was easy once we started working together. This was no small feat. Still can't believe the Stormwind arc from the children's song was real. Me neither. You could have knocked me over with a feather. Is not impressed by joke. For a job well done, Tulin. Wait, what? This bow meant so much to you and now you're giving it to me? It was always my intention to give it to you once you came of age as a warrior. Dad. Thank you. I'll prove to you I've become a warrior worthy of carrying it. Hey Link, that woman in the vision my ancestor showed us. Didn't she look just like Princess Zelda to you? Do you think that was the real princess? I mean, it seemed like a long, long time ago. There's still a bunch of unanswered questions. I gotta know more about the figure we saw in the Stormwind Arc, so I'm gonna go look into it personally. Next time you see me, I'll have more information on Zelda. So check in with me sometime, okay? And remember, with my Sage's power, the two of us can keep working together no matter what. Vow of Tulin, Sage of Wind. Proof of the Vow of Tulin, Sage of the Wind. Use it to summon or dismiss the Avatar of Tulin. Cool. Tulin of Rita Village. Complete. Pierre suggested investigating the major phenomena in various regions as the next step in search of Zelda. There are 3 more regions where these strange phenomena are happening. Yep, that is 1 down, 3 to go. Oh, that's where the pin is. Okay. Alright. So some good progress there, for sure. You can activate and deactivate the Sage's Vows on the Key Items menu. Okay, not sure why I would do that, but sure. Thinking about heading over to Lookout Landing as representative of the Rito. If Hyrule's not at peace, the Rito aren't at peace either. You need to set a couple things together, be ready to set out. You can leave the Hebrew Mountains to us. We'll scour them and find you for your lead on Zelda. Ah, it's nice to have the village looking back to normal. Hey, you two. What's up? Oh, Link, we meet again. Kato and I came here to see a geoglyph. Sadly, we were thwarted by the blizzard and grounded nearby. After it finally calmed down, we made our way to this village. We plan to get on with finding that geoglyph shortly. Link, I have been wondering, have you found the geoglyph in southern Hebra yet? The map in the Forgotten Temple showed a geoglyph shaped like a castle. We intend to investigate that geoglyph as well. Yeah, it's nice to see this place not covered in snow and actually have, like, its life back to it. Very reminiscent of Majora's Mask with the Goron area. But now, yep, I was gonna say, I imagine there's probably some side quests that opened up. We're stockpiling all the food materials we used to have in abundance. The others all working together to bring supplies. I'm managing the whole process. Huck was supposed to bring us some food, but I haven't seen him. He told me to collect food from the Snowfield stable northeast of here. Hope nothing happened to him on his way back. I'll say 10 arrows for 3 glowing cavefish. That doesn't seem like a fair trade, but I might have to do it for the quest, so here. Oh, that was the side quest. Okay, I figured it was the, like, hey, go look for him because he's missing somewhere. and the village is happy to stretch their wings again without them icing over, so thanks for that. The end of the blizzard improved visibility too. Yeah, I've noticed. It's much easier to find the caves where we can gather food. I saw one just the other day, in fact, while I was flying around, but I forgot exactly where it was. Had a rock wreathed in green light inside it, just like the one beneath the general store. I found it while I was looking for that white bird. White bird guidance. There are mushrooms in it and palm with fish. It would have been the perfect place to stock up on supplies. Have you ever looked up at the peak of the spire here in Rita Village? No. That bit jutting out sideways looks like a bird's perch, right? We call it Valmetto's perch. Part of my morning routine is to head up there and bask in the sun as it rises. Looked to the west and saw a white bird atop the long shadow of the perch. Weird for a bird to rest on a shadow. Was curious, so I went to have a look. Couldn't find the bird. Instead, I found a cave entrance. Kind of like the white bird led me to that cave. I don't know why I can remember that, but not where the cave was. Don't think around the entrance around it was anything special or memorable. It was right next to resting a white bird. That much I do remember. Lucia, a resident of Rita Village, can't seem to recall the location of a cave she found a while back. When you asked what she could remember about it, she said that she saw a white bird sitting atop the shadow of Valmetto's perch in early morning. When she tried to go after it, the bird was gone, and in its place was the entrance to the cave. I will probably test that by sleeping until morning after we've gone through the rest of this area. Yeah, we're good on the tunic stuff. And the store is, like, proper restocked again, which is good. Okay, this is still here if I need it. And I would hope that one first bridge is probably fixed now that the storm is gone. But yeah, I always like the idea of, like, if you're gonna make an area that was in a previous game, like, you're gonna do it again, like Rito Village, of using stuff like a blizzard or something to make it look different. So that it feels slightly like a different area, but still kind of similar. And then once you fix it, it's the area that you remember. And the other thing I was going to mention between cutscenes of Tulin getting the Magatama thing and then them all talking together was... I like how in the newer Zelda games, they've been a lot better about having, like, actual partner characters that help Link, rather than just saying, you have my support, and, you know, then you just don't ever have them in any capacity again. That was definitely one of the weaker aspects of the game, of, like, even Ocarina of Time, like, yeah, you had... The sages were on your side, sure, but, like, you didn't really use Darunia or Ruto or Noboru all that much. You might talk to them while they're in the temple, but they really don't ever actually assist you while you're going through the temple. I think the closest was Ruto leading you, like, up the first area, but she just, like, swims up and then disappears, so it's not really that much to be impressed by. Maybe we can get this bridge fixed now. Now that the blizzard has passed, I'd like to repair the bridge so that the supplies can arrive in the village. Sadly, we're not equipped for a major rebuilding project, but we've heard there's Highlands who are skilled in construction. Sounds like you need a good carpenter. What about the guy at Lookout Landing? Sorry about that, just got something in my eye. Jeez. If you could build an incredible structure like that, I bet you have no problem fixing up your bridge. His name was... Oh, shoot, I don't remember, but it ended in Sun. He sounds up to the task. However, I can't leave the village right now, what with my defense duties. We'll dispatch an emissary to Lookout Landing in my place. I'll go ahead and put that one on here. Jazan and Julian and Juanel are in a bind as they want to repair the rope bridge destroyed in the blizzard but can't find anybody skilled in construction. However, they say there's a skilled carpenter at Lookout Landing. Apparently, this person's name ends in son. I think Lookout Landing is like roughly here. So how do I use this? Because the previous ones, they all, like, either activated automatically or you, like, held down a button or something, but it didn't really show how to use it on this one. Oh well. Let's start with Lookout Landing and get the bridge repaired, and then I will go and see if I can do that shrine quest and find the hidden one involving the white bird. If I remember correctly, the easiest way to get to Lookout Landing is there's a little section that will jut out here. I don't think it's this one. I think it's a different one. Because that used to be where a shrine was. That was a different quest. With all the kids at the time. We'd have to get all their stuff done. Already gone that way. Delete that. Maybe that was the correct one, actually. It is facing the way I think is correct, so we'll try that, I guess. Oh, now it's gonna pop up? Okay. Twin's vow has granted you the power to summon his avatar. That's great. Why did it pop up now? Okay, I'm sure I'll get used to that, but that seems a bit weird. I thought I heard Nawoo. Sure I'm not missing here. I think it is. I think it's somewhere around here. It might be here, actually. It might actually be near, like, where you do all the shooting the arrow practice in Breath of the Wild. Yeah, that ability's not quite as great as Rivali's Gale, but oh well. It works decently well when you're up high like this, but the problem is with Rivali's Gale, the idea was being able to make you go higher up into the air. So I guess it's maintaining the height versus gaining the height. So you can grab those without attracting any unwanted attention here. This is just the flight range. But there might be something here, so let's go ahead and check. See if anybody's around. Hey, I was wondering if you were around. Hoo-hoo, that archery set is left over from past training sessions. It's a shame they're collecting dust, but I have no other plans for them. You seem like someone who could put them to good use, Link. They're yours if you want them. I do. But I will also help you. What's up? Teba told me all about what you did. With your help with a wretched blizzard is finally lifted. Once more, Harry, you looked after young Tulin every step of the way. You have my thanks and admiration for whatever an old bird's admiration is worth. Hoo-hoo. As you've no doubt surmised, I've retired from my position as elder and entrusted the village to Teba's leadership. Now I spend my days here, helping mold the next generation of Rito warriors. Forget to say the blizzard ruined our old training equipment. But rather than try to recreate the original course, I've taken this opportunity to prepare a new one. In this course, individuals will train their wits and agility by passing through a series of floating rings. My hope is this will teach young warriors to fly more confidently, even in unfriendly skies. No one has actually attempted the course, as I only just finished it. I'll do it. The rules are simple. You pass through as many of the floating rings as you can before time runs out. Don't stray too far, you'll be disqualified if you leave. 15 rings is enough to earn a passing grade. Manage that and I'll give you a reward. So, care to give it a try? Let's do it. Then on your mark, get set. 3. If you're doing the on your mark, get set, the 3, 2, 1 is not really necessary, but okay. Nice, got all 20 with a tiny bit of time to spare. You cleared all the rings, well done. Thank you. I try. Well done, Link. You passed with flying colors. Do you have a pair of wings hidden under there? Kind of. You set a high watermark for my trainees to aspire to. Clearly I picked the right highland to give the course a spin. Please take this. You cleared all the rings on your first try. Astonishing. You've proven you're ready for more of a challenge. Let's try the advanced one, see how it is. Are there still 20 rings? I guess we'll find out. Let go. Thank you. All the way, please. Thank you. Oh, I didn't even see those over there. So there's probably 30, because there's 3 there and then that one. Clear 26 rings, not bad. You do have some room for improvement. Yeah, knowing the location would have helped, but oh well. Also, not getting stuck on the wall would be helpful, too. I'm gonna guess it's probably like a silver rupee for doing this. And getting all 30, I should say. Also, I guess there's not, because I think I saw at least 2, so there is more than 30. Did that clear that, Yep, sure enough. You went through enough rings to pass Canale's training course. His first attempt at the course and post a score. Ugh. You inspired young Rito to try it as well. Canale says you can come back and try flight training again whenever you like. So I guess we can take that off the map. I'm going to go ahead and look up where Lookout Landing is. Just because I don't want to be flopping around a bunch. Oh, okay. I thought it was in this area. When you say Lookout Landing, you mean here. Duh. I could have sworn there was an area called Lookout Landing that was in this area, though. That was kind of near the flight range, but either it was something similar or I'm thinking of just that side quest with, like, with the kids of, like, they all want to go do the singing practice. The one in Breath of the Wild, and you have to help them. One of them is, like, you have to cook food. Some of them you have to just go and find, and then you have to hit the switches in the right order with a Korok leaf in order to make the shrine appear. Did they give any more info? Oh, just at Lookout Landing. Okay, that's not super helpful. Which is a sword. We have soldiers and knights and a royal broadsword. They're a bit warm, but they got some life in them. Feel free to take them. Sorry, what did you just say? My own sword plays in there yet, so I can't make the most of that sword at this point. I was going to give it to you, but it looks like you don't have room. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, I'll keep what I have for now. Oh, this is cool. I didn't even notice this was out here. Oh, look, you've come just in time. Have a look at this. What is it? Stone tablet fell from the sky is inscribed with ancient Hyrulean. If I can manage to translate the text, it might be a key to understanding a moment in time. My notes are back at the research lab in Kakariko, so I'll be heading there to check this text against my notes and proceed with translation. If already copied down what's inscribed here, so I'll be getting back to the village. Come to Kakariko's, so I can short it translated. Alright. Whenever we get around to that area, I'll be sure to do that. Messages from an ancient era. Side adventures. That's different from side quests. Huh. Also, yes, I do see them in the background. Carson, when do you think the stable will be ready? It'll still be a while yet. Need to get the last of these roof planks correctly fitted. There's only one spot to finish. I can assist with that part. Thank God that happens automatically. Well, look at that, it fits perfectly. Thanks for helping out. I was having a hard time figuring out how to fit it. With the roof done, all that's left to add the finishing touches. I'll get cracking, sun and done. So many messages. Now that I'm streaming... I can deal with that in a bit. Okay. Quick and quality. Blink and we're done. That's why everyone chooses Hudson Construction. Okie dokes, feeling pumped. Gonna get this done in one fell swoop. So much screaming. How's that? So fine looking stable. So now it can fit either 4 horses instead of 2 or 3 instead of 2. Can't say I'm surprised considering your Hudson Construction's #1. And thanks for helping with this little project. Looks great. Now we can board horses at Lookout Landing. If you need help with horses, talk to me anytime. Yes. They need someone to rebuild the bridge. Sounds easy enough. I heard it fell apart when that blizzard struck Rita Village. But if looking to have it fixed, the strange weather must have died down. Well then, no time to gab. I'll have that bridge looking good as new in less than no time. Sun and done. Cool. The skilled carpenter at Lookout Landing was Carson. You explained the situation to him, and he enthusiastically agreed to help and hurried over to the job site. Time to report to 1L and just saying. Just saying, I guess. You, I've been looking for a while. I keep calling you Hetsu, but you're Hestu. But either way. Please. Weapons. Please. I probably should watch that once. You best believe I'm dumping them all into weapons. Beautiful. 10 out of 10. Yep, they're all getting dumped into weapons. I need more weapon slots. And tragically, that's as many as I can do right now, but that's still, like, what, 4? I will take 4. No, I'm good. Hetsu's profile has been added. Hetsu, spirited musician of Korok Forest. A tree fairy with a song in his heart. He's only visible to certain people. Like the power of his dance can increase the size of Link's pouches, but he has trouble keeping track of the Korok seeds his magical maracas require. But the good news is, now that I have the free spots, that also means I can take these. You can have, if you want to give it to you, so just give me a moment. Make sure you give yourself plenty of time to practice with it. Increase the power of Flurry Rush during perfect dodge. Yep, we've already got one of those. Very nice. Happy there's someone in me that, other than me that's so interested in weapons. Sorry I've been consumed with my training. Aj's the name. I was being selfish. I wasn't even looking for practice. See, that's you. It's an honor to meet you, sir. Now that I've met you, I've become more motivated to become a master swordsman just like you. Back to it. Yep, have at it. Oh, that's the Tear of the Dragon. I was wondering what that was. It'll probably be faster to go here. To the pin. Yeah, that's a bit odd that, like, the Tulin's, yeah, thing will only pop up in certain points and then disappear. Like, you think that would just be a thing that automatically pops up whenever you're gliding. Very bizarre. Oh, that's not a good sign. Wish we had more building supplies for you to use. I was too rosy with my estimates. What happened? Hit a bit of a snag. See, the thing's in worse shape than I accounted for. Carson estimates we're short 20 pieces of wood. I might have that, and if not, I can fix it real quick. Nice. Already done. 20 pieces of wood. That must have been a real pain in the neck collecting that iron. You sure can have it? Aces. Thanks for helping out at such a late hour. Alright, that's all the materials. Plunk this down a little farther left. No, not that far. It's falling down the cliff. Timber! Ooh, good catch. These wings are sure handy, huh? Wingy. Hey, don't set your tail down there. It's a support beam, not a perch. Now for the finishing touch. Here goes. Quick and quality, blink and we're done. That's why everyone chooses Hudson Construction. Or every son, rather. Okie dokes, feeling pumped. Gonna get this done in one fell swoop. Son and done. The bridge, it's finished. Now we can carry supplies across. Gotta say I was a little worried about how it turned out, but what a beaut. You'd hit this bridge with 10 blizzards at once and it wouldn't so much as creak. With that done, life in Rita Village should return to something like normal. I would take responsibility for guarding the bridge. Had that money set aside for repairing the bridge, but I hope you'll get some use out of it. With that, I'm off to Lookout Landing. If you ever need my help, come and say the word and I'll come running. No problem's too small. Nice. Now we can actually just walk across, as can they. Should be canvassing around Woodland Stable. That's Elden region off to the northeast. It's a good stop if you're on your way to Goron City. Oh, well, yeah. The Great Fairy showed up there. Oh, so there's a Great Fairy there. That's good to know. Little pieces of info here and there. I'm gonna go here because it's gonna be easier to reach that shrine. This is one of the upsides to having the Sky Islands is it's gonna be a lot easier to find a high point. Okay, here we go. Coughlin's Secret Hot Spring. And Utome Shrine, I guess. Yeah, I should be poking around to see if I can find a Great Fair to upgrade my gear. There might, if they are similar or the same. No! I already know what this means. They took away my stuff. Proven Grounds, Infiltration. Yep, you can't see me. It's all good. It's all fine. Usually with something like this, they want you to be sneaky. Nope, don't. Yeah, that literally could not have gone any worse. Alright, so let's see what the puzzle they wanted me to do was. No, I don't want to do that. I don't think the barrels are actually used for... Because those just set it off. They're not like a laser that damages you. I got no food, so that's pretty much it for me. Well, that's a bow and some arrows at least. Knowing me, the last one's probably gonna kill me. Me trust the game? Absolutely not. I know all too well what would happen if I tried to go down that at a normal speed. I'd get clipped by a corner of those spikes and that would kill me. Both actually in the game and metaphorically kill me too. There we go. Nice. With a quarter heart to spare. Your equipment will be returned to you. Yeah, please. That one's a little bit better, but I just did a really poor job of that one. About everything that could have gone wrong did. But we got it. That's the important thing. Also, I spy a lag spike. Yep, that's what would have happened right there. That would have killed me. I was like half paying attention. Frame rate, why you got a tank on me like that? What do we got? Small gemstone, probably. Higher gemstone. I'll take that. We gotta be coming up on 30 shrines if we haven't already passed it, right? Yep, next one will be number 30. So this is the secret hot spring, huh? Right down here. Ooh, I see the enemies are aware as well. Nice, managed to get to it before it froze. Raw gourmet meat, this prized cut of meat, usually from a large animal. Any connoisseur would rank this tender, juicy cut of meat gourmet. Expect an exquisite meal when cooking with this. And they should expect their death. Badly damaged, huh? Oh, they just died from hitting the water. Oh, right, because it's hot spring water and they're ice enemies. That makes sense. Ice Breath, Laselfo's Horn. This freezing power embedded in the Horde's crystal tip can be used to your advantage if you know how, i.e. fusing it with a weapon. Otherwise, cook it with the critter to make an elixir. What do I have for weapons? Yeah, I'll swap that out, sure. That looks really funny. Stone boomerang. Yeah. Was pretty sure that wasn't a Korok, but hey, you never know for sure. Save your life, and this is the thanks I get, huh? Eat it, nerd. Sled times 3, a Zonai device with a slick underside that minimizes friction, probably used to convey things over grass and sand in ancient times. Or snow, perhaps. Well, I think my best bet is to go and aim for areas that have small amounts of water, as those might be great ferry locations. Possibly not, but that would be the most reasonable place to start. And if not, we'll probably find something else there regardless. Man, this looks way different when it's not covered in a blizzard. Alright, so green and purple. We'll go with purple first. Yeah, man, if you do this, like, you'd be able to drop to, provided you have the stamina for it or the stamina refilling, you could basically drop anywhere you wanted in the world on this side. Maybe the other ones are like this too, that they're all in the sky, but maybe not, because Von Meadow was the only one that was like that initially. So maybe one of them will be underground, like the Goron one. That would make sense. Well, it is a secret hot spring, but there's nothing in the immediate area that I saw. But perhaps maybe something will be in one of these. Falcon Bow, a highly refined Rito-made bow made by a master Rito craftsman. Rito warrior's favorite for its superior rate of fire, which helps them excel even further at aerial combat. Ah, an enemy. Hello, friend. Yep, saw that coming a mile away. I like how the Chew didn't show up to attack me until after I'd already defrosted the other guy. Alright, so take the bow, leave the enemy there. Got it. Yeah, it'd be nice to enhance my armor. That's kind of why I'm looking for the Great Fairies. Did we keep the Falcon Bow? Yes. Alright, well, later, nerd. I'm not sticking around for that guy. We might be able to get to that from just the tower. If we can get up and over this section, we should be okay. Hi! I see that did not... Alright, fine. Be that way. So rude. Alright, green. I think this one's farther away, so this one probably will not be one that I can access, but... or at least not strictly through flying through the air like this. Yeah. We'll get close, but not quite there. I guess we could dive down there. Don't think we've been here yet. Yep, based on the chest, we definitely haven't. Old map, a very old map that shows a marked spot. What could be there? Yep, that's another one in the depths. Ooh, that one's actually one we've been to an area before that's pretty close to. I'm guessing those are probably armor pieces, but I could be wrong. Fairy's gonna go away, isn't it? Yep. There it goes. It will be missed. Yeah, I can make up for it and catch some of these. Cold Darner, this dragonfly prefers the cool shade of the trees to the warmth of the sun. Its wings disperse heat from its body, which can be cooked into a heat resistance elixir. Winterwing butterfly. The powdery scales of this butterfly's wings cool the air near it. Watching it flutter around snowflakes is a thing of beauty. Cook it with monster parts for a heat resistance elixir. There we go. At least we got something by being a little bit careful. Hardy bass. This large fish lives near the water's edge. Its sizable body can store a lot of nutrients. When used in cooking, it will restore all your hearts and increase your maximum hearts. So, why would I want to raise the water here specifically? Like, yeah, I see the chest, but couldn't I just, like, do that and not? The balloon. There is a third part to this, so maybe there's something... Yeah, why not? Let's see what it's all about. Guess we'll do this. Let it drop. Recall it. I did not want to turn that off, but thank you. We're gonna undo the undo. Yeah, but I had it recalled the first. Thank you. Can I get up on that? Oh, now I can't get up on this at all? Come on, up you get. There's nothing worse than, like, I know what the puzzle is, but it's just not cooperating. Oh, thought I saw another bug there. Back up. All the way, please. Yeah, that's kind of why I didn't want you to go slow. Alright. I don't think this is a puzzle I can do right now. Not with the lack of ability to build correctly. Maybe I can get you instead. There we go. Nice. It'd be interesting to see what that would do for a puzzle, but until I can get the building figured out, which is not going to be happening anytime soon, I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, this is a puzzle to shoot a ball, I guess. There's one of these little things. Haven't really been using any of these pieces, but we'll grab more. At least we'll know what that thing can drop now on the map. And fittingly enough, while trying to glide to one shrine and not having enough stamina to do so, we ended up at another one. Ijo-O Shrine. What's our beautiful tip for the day here? Fairies, which can heal a bit of damage, most commonly found on sky islands and caves. Yep, I just picked one up. More than defense. The best defense is a good defense, as they say. Haha! Oh, flame attack worked against you. Ah, I see what they want here. Okay, we already have a flame emitter shield, so we could just do that. If it breaks, then no big deal. In fact, I actually held it out on purpose so it would break. And then I can just swap it out. Ooh, let's actually... Sorry, that just looked really stupid. We no longer need this. We're just going to be swapping out shields, but might as well grab this. Well, that was a pretty poopy reward, but it wasn't exactly hidden very well. Haha, you missed. Alright, so obviously we needed like a rocket booster shield. Oh, it's just to go up there, okay. I was looking for a wall to break through, not go above, but that works too. Okay, we'll drop that, and then we'll pick it back up, and then we'll actually equip it. And then we'll see what happens. Cool. No sweat. That was a pretty cool one, I like that. Also, I'm going to have to remember that trick with the rockets. That's pretty handy. I never tried pulling out any of those, like, portable pots or anything like that in the dungeon. But I assume that they probably wouldn't let you. That kind of seems like a no-brainer, but I feel like that would definitely break the dungeons. So they probably don't want you to do that. Alright, well, with that taken care of, let's head over to what is hopefully the Great Ferry of this area. And if I'm wrong, well, then we'll see what else is there. We should have no trouble making it this time, though. Well, I say that, and yet here we are. Oh, that would be why. I'm supposed to be going for the green one, not the red. That's why I wasn't getting any closer. Let's try that again. Oh yeah, no problem. Ah, it's one of you. Sorry, little buddy. Okay, that's you done. Get rid of your friend. Alright. Maybe I missed it if it has a name, but it is a hot spring. Interesting that the construction pieces are here. Yeah, something's here. Sturdiness Springs Cave. We'll just fuse this. Yes, that's perfect. Our shield will just be a giant rock. Now what's actually in here? Knight's Claymore, huh? Alright. Well, as much as I don't want to drop it, the Ruby Broadsword is almost done, but I think ultimately I'm going to keep that and drop out the soldiers. Yep, hi Blood Moon, thanks. Gonna ignore that. And hope that the lizard didn't run off. Nice. We did get it in time. Was that really all that was in here? Was just a couple of rocks? I don't expect there to be a piece of armor like every single time, but here we go. That's what I'm looking for. We'll start on the left, I guess. Ah, one of you. Hi. Sorry I have to kill you. That's 6. Yeah. Oh, wait. There is something there. But first... This might just be a fast way out of here, but who knows. Or maybe not. Or maybe there's just a bunch of mushrooms in here, including a big hardy truffle. Years of going unpicked have allowed this hardy truffle to grow quite large. When cooked into a dish, it'll restore all hearts and temporarily increase your maximum hearts. Well, if you were looking for various mushrooms, this would definitely be the place to go. I think we've got everything from that we can. Which also means, tragically, that the Great Fairy thing wasn't there, but that was a nice little find. So let's try that spot that I just marked. Sorry if you could hear me fervently typing a second ago. There's a convention a couple friends and I are going to, and one of them actually had a convention this last week, and is also going to be going to this one this upcoming week, which technically starts tomorrow at about this time. And he was supposed to get home yesterday, and because of rail strikes, he actually didn't get home till today. So... Oh, he is traveling tomorrow, so... he's basically going to be home for, like, all of a few hours, probably, and then be going to another convention. But he was working at the last one and is not working at this one, so hopefully he'll actually have a little bit of time to enjoy being at the con, because... While it is definitely an experience I recommend if you do conventions of, like, actually working at one of them, it's probably an experience you should have at least once, and it is very appreciated by the people that do that work. You don't really have a lot of time to enjoy the convention when you're working at it. Which makes sense, but it's still unfortunate. That's why a lot of places will usually say, like, yeah, if you agree to work part of the convention, you can, like, get in for free or something like that, of making it a lot easier in other ways, shapes, forms, or fashions. I just remembered that I'd used up a bunch of wood. Oh, that was all the wood I had. Yeah, I should definitely grab more then, for sure. Dragon Bone Mire. Oh, so that is not water. That's good to know. Rocket times 3. Alright. Is there anything here? I imagine there's gotta be something here, though, right? Some of these... We'll say probably a Korok. No, I can't pick that one up. Alright, well, let's take a look then. There's tragically not really a good spot to warp to. I think that's about as close as we're going to be able to get. Oh well. They're about equidistant. I think green's probably the better choice to go to because it's higher up, and then we can just glide to the purple one. Oh, good. There actually is a bridge on this one. Also, if we had not yet unlocked this one... Yep. One extra point. Nope. No short strange happenings. Please take care. Employee Banjo really knows this area. Oh, Banjo Castillo. Nice. So don't be shy about asking for her help. Oh, well, Banjo was a dude in Hot Wheels, so... Maybe he transitioned? Nah, it's probably not even close to the same person. Hi, Beetle. What do you got? Nah, I think I'm good. Here's what I've got. Wow, the topaz is not worth much. That's kind of surprising. Alright, that's all I'm going to sell for right now. Just in case I need a decent stock of stuff. The good news is, like, pretty much every time that you have the option to be able to buy armor, they're going to be able to allow you to sell your things, too, so... Ultimately, it shouldn't matter, but you never know. Plus, I do know the Great Fairies, at least in Breath of the Wild, required rupees in order to be able to be back at full power. So I'd imagine that there's probably a pretty good chance that they're going to require those again. Glowing cavefish. There we go. Perfect. Now let's check out what's hidden back here. Well, that doesn't look very friendly. Oh, there's a thing there's a plank there. I probably could have used that, huh? Hey, controller, what are you doing there? That is not... Is there another... Ah, here we go. Alright, there we go. Lizards! No, I wanted those. That looks like the way to progress. Thought I got stuck there for a minute. Imagine going all the way back to the back of this cave and it's one bomb flower. That's it. That's all you get. No, looks like I'm not getting any of those. What am I getting? A purple rupel. Alright. Fair enough. Let's see. Alright, as said, let's go for green. We needed like the last 20% of that bridge. Nice. Yeah, that's gonna be a climb. But there's plenty of spots where there's breaks, so it doesn't look like it's going to be too terribly impossible. We'd have to be after Misko's turret. Yeah, I already got it. Did that a while ago. Used to be ambers and stuff in here in Breath of the Wild, but nope. Technically, they were probably already picked clean by Link in Breath of the Wild, so... Of course, it might also help if... Put that back on. Yeah, I'm really hoping at some point I can find the other parts of the climbing gear. I'm wondering if some of the maps that I picked up, because I said they were probably armor pieces, maybe one of those is also the climbing gear set. I might try and go find that one that was pretty close to the area that we could already see. This is where one of the lost memories was in Breath of the Wild. Ancient columns. And that's a dragon. That's a Gleeok. That's a three-headed dragon. Mr. Gleeok, hello. Well, there was something interesting here. Maybe if we beat him, that little stone thing will, Why not? Let's see what happens. Oh, that was not a not a lot of damage. Maybe we should leave. Bye, Mr. Gleeok. That actually did do a fair bit of damage to the heads, though. Ow. Yep, just keep on rolling. Actually, I'm kind of waiting for him to kill me at this point. There we go. Because I want my gear back. Yeah, definitely need tougher stuff to handle him. Also, I was right. He was a Gleeok. Since that was the Zelda 1 boss. Which technically the Zonai, I didn't bring this up. They were also mentioned in Zelda 1. So that's an old reference. Alright, so good to know that that's there, but definitely not a great fairy. In fact, about as far away from one as you could be. So let's try elsewhere. And that's a Korok, so I'm going to drop in and grab that. Okay, Brain, I need you to cooperate with me here. Thank you. Mighty Thistle. This medicinal plant is known for its sharp thorns and for the fruit it bears. The fruit contains a compound that increases attack power when cooked into a dish. Well, normally, whenever you see a bunch of stuff like this around here, it's a great fairy. Gust away, my friend. I didn't think that was anything, but it was worth a try. Yeah, that was all the spots I figured it might have potentially been. So I think for now, I'll warp back here. And I don't think there will be any updates on this, but there might, and Pure might give me an update now that I've finished one of the dungeons and help with the Rito. She might even tell me like which is the next canonical one that I should go for, which hopefully will be either Zora or Goron. I usually try to go to that Gerudo area last in all my Breath of the Wild playthroughs, so I have a feeling it will probably be the area I go to last once again. Unless the game heavily points me otherwise, the Zora area would be the next one I would go to. Ah, there is something going on here. Ah, what a fine afternoon. Yeah, it's raining. Yeah, that pure pad of yours may be perfect, but it could be even more perfect. I'll need to head back to the lab when Josh has got the depths investigation sorted out. I was saying that I want to go investigate the depths. Look, if you're not going to listen to me, I'm just going to go and jump into a chasm myself. Oh, Swordsman, sorry I didn't mean to leave you out of the conversation. Joshua, head of depths research. Or maybe it's Josha. Let me get you up to speed. Our survey team brought back some artifacts from our journey into the depths. One of them caught my eye. The guy going to talk to the hand. Nice. See that figure standing on two legs with one arm raised up? Well, I have a theory. I think it could be evidence that mysterious people once lived in the depths. That's why I want to go down there, so I can see if there are any more depictions like this one. I want to see for myself. But Goggles here says it's too dangerous and he won't let me go. Goggles. I'll get on my stuff and see if I can't figure out anything and Link will join me. Start by looking for down there for anything that resembles the figure. So we found what we're looking for. You use your camera to take a picture of it. Perfect plan. Camera? With the camera, you capture nearby scenery's image, the one that's stored in your pad. There'll be lots of monsters, so I'm counting on you to keep me safe. I guess we should enter the chasm to the south of Lookout Landing. I'll go on ahead once you're ready and raring to go. Come find me there. Ta-ta! Too bad, you get left out. Bright Bloom Seed X10. I want to take this too. Arrow times 5. Yep. Combine them there, yeah. Straight out Lookout Landing Southern Gate. You'll find the chasm goggles used just outside. Don't know much about how your camera works, but I'm counting on you to bring that picture. Camera work in the depths. Joshua showed you an image of a figure on a piece of slate from the depths. She thinks it's evidence of the people that once lived there. Robbie said he'd go to the depths to find her anything that shows her another such figure. He wants you to take a picture of it with a PurePad's camera if necessary. Join him in the chasm south of Lookout Landing. Josh's profile's been added. Young scientist Eugenius earned her the role of heading up depth research. She finds it thrilling to be working with Pyrrha, although she helps with various investigations into the disappearance of Zelda. She's glad to focus time on the depths. If she's allowed to, apparently. Hearing a lot about your adventures, a serious cold front, food shortages, and a flooded ship, and there was a sighting of someone who looked like the princess. I knew idea things were that dire for the Rito. If he hadn't shown up, who knows what their fate would have been. It's become clear as day that there's a connection between Zelda and the upheaval. We already knew that. Things much more serious than I thought. I need you to hurry to the remaining regions and soon. We need to investigate the other village I'm concerned about too. Remaining regions? I didn't forget. I want to see what you would recommend next. Yep. From here, Elven to the northeast is probably the closest. Monsters are pretty active to the south anyway, so you're better off sticking closer to here. If you need a refresher on what to do, check your peer pad. I'm leaving those regions with the... Okay, so she's saying the Goron area. Okay, Karika Village, home to the Sheikah tribe. It's off to the southeast of Necluda. Zona ruins, each shaped like a ring, fell directly on top. There's got to be a special reason. The elites are taking on the investigation. If you want more info, talk to Amos down in the shelter. He can probably point you in the right direction. Wow, she actually doesn't sound obnoxious when saying check it anymore. The phrase is still dumb, but at least she doesn't sound annoying. Aw, bed. Oh, and her diary, heck yeah. No, looks like I can't sleep in the bed. Oh well. We'll just warp there. It'll be faster. Now that tip's on there. You can use the gust tool and generates for many things, such as sailing on rafts or blowing away light enemies and objects. Yeah, I look forward to blowing somebody off a ravine with that ability. It's gonna be funny. I guess we go ahead and jump in. This still looks super creepy. This looks like something out of Star Fox Assault. Like towards the end of the game with the Aperoids. Are you Link? Pleasure to meet you. I'm Ponic from the Zonai survey team. Robbie told me to guide you here, or told me to guide you to him once you arrived. So many pronouns. But he rushed along with such haste that I didn't bring enough bright bloom seeds, and now I've run out, so I've lost sight of him. Thought he was taking a short walk to that glowing area over there. Then he just kept going. And going. And last I saw him, he's heading way off there, off to the west. Do you have any bright bloom seeds with you? Yep. Oh, I don't. Yep. See if it changes what it tells me if I say I do have enough. It's great news. Light doesn't reach down here. You'd be risking your life to wander around here. Yep. Okay. Still the same. The same but different. And admittedly, we haven't done a lot of exploring around here. This is probably of the 3 maps thus far, this is probably the one we've explored the least. Mostly because I felt I was not prepped for it, but now that the game is actually giving me a mission down here. I think it's a bit more doable. Get all them fireflies. And that too. Muddled Bud, a wildflower with a powerful odor that can disorient and confuse, making it difficult to tell friend from foe. Note on the table. Hey, you, still alive? Looks like this place is swimming in gloom. Get too close to that stuff and you'll be asking for trouble. If the guy didn't have any bright blooms, it'd be curtains. This is my first time down here and I haven't kicked the bucket, so I'm sure you'll be fine. I've spotted something of interest through my goggles. It's shaped like that figure Josh wants us to find. I'll be continuing to head west towards one of the glowing roots I see ahead. See you soon. I'm going to assume that was him that left that note. No, don't fight those things. You dummy, I just wanted the bomb flowers. Apparently my little sidekick here never heard the phrase discretion is the better part of valor. Ow. Take damage from the glue, your maximum number of hearts will decrease. Oh, while you're down here, I assume. Ow. Well, that was annoying. Oh, and by getting under the light route, you get the hearts back. Okay. Hi. Look how bright that thing got. The light down here in this, the light down in this dark is downright refreshing. In fact, it's so luminous, it's almost like we're on the surface. Just standing here makes me feel so much better. How strange. You're finally here. I need to show you what I found. You did it. You found a picture of a guy doing the King's Ransom. Looks awful like that figure Josh just showed us. Right, you hadn't used the camera when we last spoke. Yeah, I hadn't unlocked it yet, so... The camera's locked, and so is your compendium. Hang on. If I remember correctly, you press this while you pull this, then you tap that, and... You got a camera! Oh, there's still another feat. I figured it was going to be that 5th slot, but no, it's something else. I did figure that was probably the compendium, though. That extra thing. Boom. Now you should be able to use both the camera and your Hyrule Compendium. Go, capture a picture of that statue. This is a good chance to verify it's working properly, too. Test it out. Experience is the best teacher, after all. Once you've captured the image, come back here. I want to see how it looks. You found Robbie inside the chasm down in the depths. He unlocked your camera and asked you to give it a try by taking a picture of a nearby statue. The statue seems to be very similar to the figure on the slate fragment that Josh was studying. Also, you don't need that comma after the word try. Commas are to indicate, at the very least, a pause in what you're saying, but you don't even pause there. There's several other reasons, but that's the only reason you have one in that instance, but you don't really pause there. If you capture an image of the statue with your camera, then hurry up and show me. I'd like to see how it looks. Ugh, don't do that with your eyes. That's creepy. Did you get a good picture? Stupendous! Looks like you captured it well. I'm sure Joshua will be satisfied with this. Lighting up that immense route, getting us a picture of the statue. You just started helping us research down here, but soon enough we were going to have even more to investigate. Well, it's time to head back up to the surface. See it lookout landing. Just don't make him wait too long for that picture. Her. It's a her. I see Josh, and I'm like, oh yeah. You took a picture of the slate. You took a picture of the statue. I don't know where I got slate from. You took a picture of the statue, and Robbie said it captured the mysterious figure well. Head to lookout landing and show the picture to Joshua. Alright, let's do it. Hey, what's up? How you doing, man? What's going on? Hey, Link, guess I'm not surprised to see you zooming around even on a rainy day. So, what do you think of that old handy-dandy Skyview Tower, huh? The result of sweat and toil from those of us at Hudson Construction. Pure charted out the design work, naturally, but the project was huge in scale and sent us all over the world. Originally, it was just a humble shop in a small village called Tarrytown in a collar to the northeast. But the boss Hudson is just brilliant when it comes to constructing things. Zelda caught wind of his brilliance, and before you knew it, he was entrusted with restoring all of Hyrule. I've heard lately he's been making dream homes for folks, though I couldn't tell you much more about it. If you're curious, next time you're in Akala, I recommend dropping by Tarrytown. That's true, I do look forward to seeing what all's there. But first... Hey, you! Show Josh the picture of the statue. The figure matches up pretty well, and looks darn cool, too. There you go. This is it. That does match what's on this fragment. Thank you, swordsman. Just like on the slate, this figure must be showing people of some sort, whoever they were. Which confirms my theory. The people lived in the depths. I'm sure we'll find more traces of them if we keep searching. This is a big, big, big discovery. Now what's next? The possibilities, there's so much more to research. Oh, before I focus on that, here's something I want to give you as thanks for helping with this stage of my investigation. Our earlier surveys of the depths found all of this. What do you think it's for? Ooh, thank you. We'll always take that. Feels as if these contain some kind of strange power, like maybe it's energy for something. Anyway, they might help you in your search for Zelda, so hopefully you'll find them useful. The fragment has helped us see the depths in a new way. Now we're closer to understanding one of its mysteries. I'm going to sift through everything that our surveys have brought back from down there. Maybe there are more fragments I can piece together. Goggles, swordsman, thank you so much for helping investigate the depths for me. Complete. You return to Lookout Landing with the picture of the statue. Josh said you made a big discovery that could lead to truly understanding what the depths are. She's going to search through what others have found in the depths, hoping to find more slate fragments within these mysterious people. We'll put this one on for now. Coming in on the fragments. We got 2. Okay. Hello, Mr. Goron. You're Goron. You should know Goron City. How in the name of Hylia did you forget? Lay off. I'm embarrassed enough as it is. Besides, it's not that I forgot. When I left the city, there was still lava everywhere. I didn't know Death Mountain would stop erupting. The lava would cool and new roads would form. You don't have to tell me that there was lava everywhere. It used to be so hot Highlands couldn't step foot on the mountain without fire-resistant gear. Even if I wanted to take a trip that way, I couldn't. Well, thanks to this guy, now you can. First, we have to walk down the road towards Death Mountain, which you can see over in the northeast. Then we'll arrive at Woodland Stable, and from there we'll keep going north. Thanks again for the directions. Using Death Mountain as landmark is all well and good, of course, but the red haze around the summit looks worryingly like gloom. Try not to get too close. Yeah, that looks like it's pointing us towards going to Eldon. Alright. Glad I ate all that yellow plant stuff from the Gloom Specialist. Any more Gloom and I'd be canoeing over old Death River. Kid run circles around Pierre and Robbie, still have research with me. I'm sick to death. At least I'm starting to feel better. I think I'll lie. Yeah, that might not be a bad idea. Let's let Link get some sleep too. He's earned it. Alright, with that, I think we'll go ahead and end it off here. As for scheduling, I thought I was going to be streaming XD tomorrow. That might vary, though, since the convention is starting late tomorrow, but it is starting tomorrow. It will depend on how things set up around that. So I'll hopefully know, but don't be too surprised if we do a stream. If we do one suddenly, it probably will be Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. Oh my gosh, again. It will probably be Tears of the Kingdom rather than XD. I like to try and schedule XD, but it'll kind of depend. We're going to be doing a play it by ear type of week, and then next week we'll have a little bit more consistency as the convention is only through the weekend. But for now, thank you all for watching, and I hope to see you all when next we do this, or whenever we pick up either Final Fantasy X or Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. See you guys later.